you don't.
There was a man from South Africa fled, came to America, leave the past for dead. Schemer, dreamer, sick with his ways, taking other people's ideas, leaving them in a daze. Big fat braggart, center of the stage, with two other clowns both showing their age. Trump and Musk sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-G. First comes love, then the hate starts to burn. Two egos so big, no room left to turn. Trump the man with the master plan, put it in motion, light it up, big man. Sizzle it down till it's scorched to the bone. Not them, but you, try to hold your own. Uh-oh, where's JD? Trump and Musk, now JD's history. Not that important, just a shadow in the scene. To the masters of ego, he's barely a dream. Trump and Musk, sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-G. First comes love, then the hate starts to burn. Two egos so big, no room left to turn. You asked for it, now it's all in your face. Get ready to watch as they both fall from grace.
Now it's all as soon as you drop the bus off, they'll release the funds.
Get ready to watch as they both fall from grace.
People like you, always a possibility. Anyway, good luck.
You asked for it, now it's all in your face. Get ready. Trump and Musk sitting in a tree. Kissing. First comes love, then the hate starts to burn. Two egos so big, no room left to turn.
I'm on the clock. What you want? Some wheels?
Now it's all in your face. Get ready to watch as they both fall from grace.
I'll get there as soon as I can.
Dreamer, slick with his ways. Big fat braggart, center of the stage. With two other clowns both showing their age. Trump and Musk, the hate starts to burn. Two egos so big, you've got to learn. Trump's the man with the master plan. Light it up, big man. Scorched to the bone, not them but you. Try to hold your own. To the masters of ego, you're barely a dream. Trump and Musk, then the hate starts to burn. Two egos so big, for power they yearn. You asked for it, now it's all in your face. Weep for your folly, it's a damn disgrace. Weep for your folly, it's a damn disgrace.
Divided, the circus won, but hope remains and lingers still. The people's voice, the stronger will.
Heads up, we have income.
Dragging this country, divided, the circus won. But hope remains, it lingers still. The people's voice, the stronger will.
Marcel tells me you're our resident humanitarian. Well, you couldn't have chosen a better recipient for your kindness. This guy's a lawyer for the Duggins. Maybe he'll give us a discount on my friggin' gas. Here's his address. Get him home. You know, I kind of missed the times when it was hedge fund managers and D-grade celebrities we had to scrape off the floor of the VIP lounge. Now with these gas prices, the freaking oil tycoons are back in style. And I mean, there's assholes and there's assholes, you know? And oil and gas people are definitely assholes.
Bow to your true master with leathery wings. You cry out Jesus, but falsehood rings. Lukewarm and lost, he'll spit you out. And in hell's fire, you'll scream and shout. He's a fucking criminal, and fuck you who voted for that rat. You will regret this. Now we'll have to listen to that blowhard brag about himself. Project 2025, here we come. Nationwide abortion ban, how you women like being chattel. Wait until the tariffs happen. You talk about inflation, well you got it. I don't understand why anyone would vote for that bastard for everything he's done. Oh wait, I forgot that he said he didn't do it. You better keep his filthy hands off our social security. I'm old and can't work. Trump is old, so very old. It's a good thing the Republicans didn't want a criminal man. So president hypocrites. What is this fucking bizarro world? All the media should be happy because Trump's gonna go after you. Funny, he just now talked about the media calling them the enemy camp. Fuck you, Trump. I bet he's on the phone to Putin and kiss Putin's ass in the morning. The dismantling of democracy. I hate that bastard with a burning passion. I just turned down the sound. I couldn't take listening to this fucking trashing of America. He says America is going down the tubes. Fuck you, Trump. It never was going down any motherfucking tubes. Trump is nothing but a lying bastard who would sell his mother down the river for a nickel. Like I said, you will regret voting for that turd. Don't forget about Don Jr., the pussy, calling himself a prince. He wants to be King Trump. All that blood of the warriors of the past spilled for nothing. I'm disappointed in my fellow American and haven't any hope for tomorrow. But hey, I must be wrong if the majority of Americans want an asshat for a president. The world laughs at us and dreads us. I don't understand why anyone would vote for that bastard after everything he's done. Oh wait, I forgot that he said he didn't do it. He better keep his filthy hands off our social security. I'm old and can't work. Trump is old too, very old. It's a good thing. The Republicans didn't want a decrepit old man. Trump is old for president. What is this fucking bizarro world? All the media should be happy because Trump's gonna go after you. Funny, he just now talked about the media calling him the enemy camp. Fuck you, Trump. I bet he's on the phone to Putin to kiss Putin's ass in the morning. The dismantling of democracy. I hate that bastard with a burning passion. I just turned down the sound. I couldn't take listening to his fucking trashing of America. He says America is going down the tubes. Fuck you, Trump. It never was going down any motherfucking tubes. Trump is nothing but a lying bastard who would sell his mother down the river for a nickel. Like I said, you will regret voting for that turd. Don't forget about Don Jr., the pussy, calling himself a prince. He wants to be King Trump. All that blood of the lawyers of the past spilled for nothing. I'm disappointed in my fellow American and haven't any hope for tomorrow. But hey, I must be wrong if the majority of Americans want an ass
So,
for a
you
president.
really want to make this sale, right? Because the drop-off routes have been leaked and you're likely to get jumped somewhere along the way. I admire your perseverance, kid. Good luck.
Calling himself a prince. He wants to be King Trump. All that blood of the warriors of the past spilled for nothing. I'm disappointed in my fellow American and haven't any hope for tomorrow. But hey, I must be wrong if the majority of Americans want an asshat for a president. The world laughs at us, dreads us. exploding, the forest are burning. People are screaming, but no one's learning. As so mad and logic's burning. Dumbass elephants and donkeys turning for power and crop. They stop us down for power and crop. Line up, you wretched mob. We pigs got out of power and crop. Power and crop. Rising up to the hub. Don't care if we're hated. Just wanna stay sated. Give us all that power and crop. People wake up with a coffee choke, but their minds ain't sharp. Their hearts are cold. Clock keep crank out. We set the pace. The clock out. Don't show your face. Stay in line. Toe the line. You know what to do. We control you. Then clock out. Get out. Don't even scream and shout. Power and crop. Rising up to the hub. Don't care if we're hated. Just wanna stay sated. Give us all that power and crop. But what if we rise? What if we fight? Tear down the pigs and reclaim our right. No more power, no more crop, no more getting stuck at a hub. Power and crop. Rising up to the hub. But now we stand. Take back our land. No more your damn power and control. Wake up with a coffee jolt, but their minds ain't sharp. Their hearts are hard. Grind out, we set the pace. They clock out, don't show your face. Stay in line, toe the line. You know what to do. We control you. Then clock out, get out. Don't even scream and shout. Power and crop. Rising up to the hub. Don't care if we're hated. Just wanna stay sated. Give us all that power and crop. But what if we rise? What if we fight? Tear down the pigs and reclaim our right. No more power, no more crop, no more getting stuck by the hub. But what if we rise? What if we fight? Tear down the pigs and reclaim our right. No more power, no more crop, no more getting stuck by the hub. No more power, no more crop, no more getting stuck by the hub. Power and crop, rising up to the hub. But now we stand, take back our land. No more your damn power and your crop.
My dad's flowers on his grave. Your dad gets great pain, wave after wave. Life's a game, we don't worry in. So find peace and drown in sin. Tears and roses mark dad's place. The dad says some monument to disgrace. Hip hop scheme to take the lot. Graffiti and shit that mark your spot. My dad's better than Don Jr.'s dad. Junior's dad is a stupid cat. Flowers go on my father's grave. For your dad, graffiti and shit is all they gave. When I think of dad, good memories arise. Memories of Don Jr.'s dad is despised. Yours left a trail of sorrow. Nobody will love him tomorrow. Life's a story, we all write. Some with love, some with spite. Graves with flowers, graves with pain. In the end, let peace remain. My dad's better than Don Jr.'s dad. Junior's dad is a stupid cat. Flowers go on my father's grave. Dad graffiti and shit, that's all they gave.
Got no way.
Just to let you know, you have a happy customer. I'm gonna wire you that money, minus the laundering fee. Tax man's gotta get something.
Gave me a fright. She's so dumb and she's so bold. She thinks she's young, but she looks real old. Every time she opens her mouth, logic, reason, they go south. She tries to act smart. She's so dumb. Hate spill is where she comes from. Each thumbs out, push booty, yell it out loud. She get it rowdy, never care what people say. Living life the Beach Blonde way. Mascot's giving my orders. Cheeto never sleeps. She thinks it's neato. Rebel with a cause. It won't bend. That means we'll have to force it.
What a Karen, judge with a conflicted mind. Justice, he just can't do. Trump say kangaroo court jump high, but we know it's just a crooked lie. Liberty and justice is our way. Justice will be had. Trump will pay. Councils at last denied. First time it's been seen. Case that shouldn't exist. Corruption in between. Trump's high pay council. Their advice he denied. First time it's been seen. Trump said another lie. He said Biden's rich, hot, blue smear. Trump say no crime to see here, but the bum is caught stealing. His legal path is to cause fear. Trump say kangaroo court jump high, but we know it's just a crooked lie. Liberty and justice is our way. Justice will be had. Trump will pay. Dilly. Trump will. Trump's high pay council there, but the lawyers tell the court guilty, no way, yes way. Stupid people believe it when Trump gives a rant. Or they're a judge with a conflicted mind. Justice he just can't do. Trump say kangaroo court jump high, but we know it's just a crooked lie. Liberty and justice is our way. Justice will be had. Trump will pay. Trump will pay. Trump's on pay council there. First time it's been seen. Case that shouldn't exist. Corruption in between. Trump's
The product's in the back of the truck and ready to move. Get it to the buyer, and you're done.
In the park where people roam, he brings his toy right from his home. He makes us smile and gives us joy. That's why we love our Score Boy. Score Toy, Score Boy, Score Boy. He likes to play with Score Toy, Score Boy, Score Boy. That's why he's called Score Boy. For a day. Short Trump family TV, they beg it for some dough, but I ain't giving anything. Don Jr. on the street, looking all low, but I'm laughing at him now. They say they need the $5 bill, but I cut them off short 'cause I know the drill. I won't give, I want them to be defeat. Rather watch them lose it all, watch them be a beggar on the street. Hell no, I won't follow, can't you see? Give a damn who's set free.
selling? Huh? Okay. The buyer wants an air truck. The truck's loaded and waiting at the helipad. proceed, so I guess we have a sale. Transferring now. Long John over.
What's good?
An endless expanse where darkness dwells, living on hell planet where chaos swells. We are living in heaven and hell, caught in a cosmic battle, can't you tell? We navigate the big and the small, trying to find our place between it all. We walk through the fire, it burns. We walk on ice. Our destiny we search, we pay the price. We dance the rounds of eternal strife and crawl on this hell planet. It's a fight for life or die. Immortal and mortal collide in this chaotic world. This hell planet we reside inside. We are living in pleasure and pain. No telling when it comes, it drives you insane. Open your eyes and be what you think. Back in your brain, open your sleep. We navigate universal space, trying so very hard to find our place. But still we walk through the fire. We walk on ice. In our destiny we search, we pay a heavy price. We dance the rounds of eternal strife and crawl on this hell planet. It's a fight for life or die. Immortal and mortal collide in this chaotic world. This hell planet we reside. Jesus!
Trump is not a human being, but he is an inhuman being. His head is still there, except for that dollar sign that floats around in there. His kids are the same way, playing grubbing every day in their human-hearted way. They try to act like they are doing a favor, but their back plans like a slaver. Anytime a word is said, there is that dollar sign in his head. He says anything, it is for the fact that enriches him before you a bad day. I hate that guy with a passion. I hate him for making me feel hate for his social crashing. Every day is something new. Another offense from the zoo.
Almost here?
What does he do? Sit up
Nice.
all
We can get the
night,
car ready to
thinking
be
of
disassembled,
new ways
which
to
means
start a
payments
fight.
won't be far behind.
New ways to screw the world, seems like the goal to throw civility in a hole. Usually I don't want anyone to die, I want bad people to change so I don't cry. I doubt that will be possible with Trump. His morality has long been in the dump. In fact, if I were king of the world, I would have his head on a platter. Truth, decency, and honor matter. But we are in the 21st century and not like the primitive ape. I'll have to rely on a corrupted legal system, hoping justice don't escape. Trump is not a human being, he is an inhuman being. His head is filled with air except for that dollar sign that floats around in there. His kids are the same way, hunting, grilling every day, in their inhuman haughty way. They try to act like they're doing a favor, but their bad plan is like a slaver. Anytime a word is said, there is a dollar sign in his head. He says anything is for an effect that enriches him, but for you a bad is head. I hate that guy with a passion. I hate him for making me feel hate for his social crashing. Every day is something new, another event, nothing for the social crashing.
They stood up on stage, promising everything. With their silver tongues, a better future they sing.
You're a biker.
But behind those smiles, behind evil eyes, shadows of their past, all told with lies. They talk about change, make promises galore. They always deceive, treat us like a whore. They use us for power, and when they are done, leave us corpses rotting in the sun. No more smoke and mirrors, it's time for the truth. about change. Think promises alone. They always deceive. Treat us like a pawn. They use us for power. And when they are done, leave us corpses rotting in the sun. 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 No more smoke and mirrors. It's time for the truth. Out of hidden agendas. It's written in my conscience.
This nightmare makes me sing sad songs. I'm losing hope, I can't go on. Feels like a lifetime stuck in this place. Cheeto boys, degenerate friends, it's a disgrace. He's always slipping through the cracks while John and Jane don't feel the wax. No justice for the regular folks as the bombshells fizzle, it's a cruel joke. I'm not holding my breath anymore. I'm tired of this crap, take it no more. No, every day new twist in the plot, but it's just another bombshell that fizzles out. Cheeto boys, degenerate friends, it's a disgrace. He said he'd like to punch them in the face. He's always slipping through the cracks while John and Jane don't feel the wax. I'm not holding my breath anymore. I'm tired of this crap, to take it no more. I'm not holding my breath anymore. I'm tired of this crap, to take it no more. No, every day new twist in the plot, but it's just another bombshell that fizzles out. This nightmare makes me sing sad song. I'm losing hope. I can't go on. Feels like a lifetime stuck in this place. Cheeto boys, degenerate friends, it's a disgrace. He's always slipping through the cracks while John and Jane don't feel the wax. No justice for the regular folks as the bombshells fizzle, it's a cruel joke. I'm not holding my breath anymore. I'm tired of this crap, to take it no more. I'm not holding my breath anymore. I'm tired of this crap, to take it no more. No, every day new twist in the plot, but it's just another bombshell that fizzles out. Cheeto boys, degenerate friends, it's a disgrace. He said he liked to punch them in the face. He's always slipping through the cracks while John and Jane don't feel the wax. No justice for the regular folks as the bombshells fizzle, it's a cruel joke. I'm not holding my breath anymore. I'm tired of this crap, to take it no more. I'm not holding my breath anymore. I'm tired of this crap, to take it no more. No, every day a new twist in the plot, but it's just another bombshell that fizzles out. Fizzles out. Cheeto boys, degenerate friends, it's a disgrace. Cheeto boys, degenerate friends,
It's a disgrace. He said he liked to punch them in the face. He's always slipping through the cracks while John and Jane don't feel the wax. Fizzles out. I'm not holding my breath anymore. I'm tired of this breath, can take it no more. I'm not holding my breath anymore. I'm tired of this breath, can take it no more. No, every day you twist of the bond, but it's just another bombshell that fizzles out. Fizzles out. Fizzles out. Listen up, I've got a story to tell. Got a stock that'll make you lose every sale. Claiming truth and transparency, it's all up to solve. But you'd have to be blind to invest in this fraud. They preach about freedom, but it's all a mirage. A platform built on hate, division, and camouflage. They sell you promises of a better tomorrow, but all you're left with is pain and sorrow. True social ain't nothing but don't be fooled. They ain't give a damn. They'll take your money, leave you in shock. Invest in true social, and your profits will drop. If you buy that car, it's sold by Donald Trump. He's laughing behind your back, you pitiful chump. They sell you some stock, and it drops tomorrow. Now you're all sad, left with pain and sorrow. True social ain't nothing but a pop. Don't be fooled. They ain't give a damn. They'll take your money, leave you in shock. Invest in true social, and your profits will drop. Listen up, I got a story to tell. Got a stock that'll make you lose every cent. transparency, it's all facade. But you have to be blind to invest in this fall. They preach about freedom, but it's all on the wrong. A platform built on hate, division and camouflage. They sell you promises of a better tomorrow, but all you're left with is pain and sorrow. Truth so sure. Don't be fooled. They give it down. Oh, no. He's a ticking time bomb ready to explode. Causing trouble, just watch as his mind your road. He's a menace, he's a narcissistic state beast. Better lock him up, throw away the key if they release. Hey, little gangster, hold me up, time to pay. You can't go around attacking innocent people every day. Hey, little gangster, hold me up, you can't hate just forever. Here we go. I may be old, but I won't be fooled. Don't take me for a fool. Don't play me like a tool. I've seen it all, the lies, the deceit. But I won't be defeated. I won't accept defeat. Oh, I still wait. Oh yeah, accept defeat. Will rise to your gate. Oh yeah, we see through your lies, all so clear. Think we're blind, but we'll rise to your gate. We won't be deceived, we won't play the shade. The future comes fast, the knocks at our door. We've seen it all before, we've been through the war. We'll be the short lies, you'll probably get a roasting. We're wise to your tricks, we see through the thing. I was there too, lost in the fight. Looking at the city and the lights didn't feel right. A virus took my brain, dragged me down. Turned my thoughts chaotic, spun me around. Thought I climbed back up, now I see it clear. The system's a sickness and the cure is near. We rise together, no one left in the cold. No more kings with blankets of gold. Hope for the hopeless, truth for the blind. Together we'll shatter the chains that bind. But the brains, the ones at the top, chasing the billions and they never stop. Dopamine, greed, no empathy to spare. While people are freezing, they don't even care. It's not just their fault, the system's to blame. A rigged the machine in a luck-driven game. It's time to reverse, take back what's ours. Light up the night with justice stars. We rise together, no one left in the cold. No more kings with blankets of gold. Hope for the hopeless, truth for the blind. Together we'll shatter the chains that bind. What's wrong with the brains, the ones at the top? Chasing the billions and they never stop. Dopamine, greed, no empathy to spare. While people are freezing, they don't even care. It's not just their fault, the system's to blame. A rigged up machine in a luck-driven game. It's time to reverse, take back what's ours. Light up the night with justice stars. We rise together, no one left in the cold. No more kings with blankets of gold. Hope for the hopeless, truth for the blind. Together we'll shatter the chains that bind. Imagine the world where we all lift each other. The billionaires
hands off the wrist of the running back.
Oh, Ritz.
Easy man's outside.
What you got there?
Avoids pressure. Stretches and brings it home.
The endless expanse where darkness dwells, living on hell planet where chaos swells. We are living in heaven and hell, caught in a cosmic battle, can't you tell? We navigate the big and the small, trying to find our place between it all. We walk through the fire, we walk on ice. Our destiny we search, we pay the price. We dance the realms of eternal strife on this hell planet. It's a fight for life, immortal and mortal collide in this chaotic world. This hell planet we reside inside. We are living in pleasure and pain. No telling when it comes, it drives you insane. You open your eyes and be what you be, racking your brain, hoping you'll see. We navigate universal space, trying so very hard to find our place. But still we walk through the fire, we walk on ice. In our destiny we search, we pay a heavy price. We dance the realms of eternal strife from this hell planet. It's a fight for life, immortal and mortal collide in this chaotic world. This hell planet we reside. Trump is not a human being. He is an inhuman being. His head is filled with air except for that dollar sign that floats around in there. His kids are the same way, but they grub it every day in their human hearty way. They try to act like they are doing a favor, but their back plans like a slaver. Anytime a word is said, there is that dollar sign in his head. He says anything, it is for the fact that enriches him before you are bad as heck. I hate that guy with a passion. I hate him for making me feel hate for his social crashing. Every day is something new, another offense from the zoo crew. Why does he do sit up all night thinking of new ways to start a fight? New ways to screw the world, seems like the goal to throw civility in a hole. Usually I don't want anyone to die, I want bad people to change so I don't cry. I doubt that will be possible with Trump. His morality has long been
If I were king of the world, I would have his head on a platter. Consistency and honor matter. But we are in the 21st century, and I like the primitive ape. I'll have to rely on a corrupted legal system, hoping justice don't escape. Trump is not a human being, he is a human being. His head is filled with air, except for that dollar sign that floats around in there. His kids are the same way, money growing every day, and they're here in Hollywood. They try to act like they're doing a favor, but their bad plan is like a slaver. Anytime a word is said, there is a dollar sign in his head. He says anything is for an effect that enriches him, but for you a bad is heck. I hate that guy with a passion. I hate him for making me feel hate for his social crashing. Every day is something new, another event, another form of social crashing.
They stood up on stage, promising everything. With their silver tongues, a better future they sing. But behind those smiles, behind evil eyes, shadows of the past, all told with lies. They talk about change, make promises galore. They always deceive, treat us like a whore. They use us for power, and when they are done, leave us corpses rotting in the sun. No more smoke and mirrors, it's time for the truth. Enough of their lies, enough of their abuse. It's time for transparency, no more hidden agendas. Let's have 10-year background checks on all those pretenders. Ooh, yeah. They talk about change, make promises galore. They always deceive, treat us like a whore. They use us for power, and when they are done, leave us corpses rotting in the sun. No smoke and mirrors, it's time for the truth. Enough of their lies, enough of their abuse. It's time for transparency, no more hidden agendas. Let's have 10-year background checks on all those pretenders. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. promises galore. They always deceive, treat us like a whore. They use us for power, and when they are done, leave us corpses rotting in the sun. No smoke and mirrors, it's time for the truth. Enough of their lies, enough of their views. It's time for transparency, no more hidden agendas. Let's have 10-year background checks on all those pretenders. Ooh, yeah. They talk about change, make promises galore. They always deceive, treat us like a whore. They use us for power, and when they are done, leave us corpses rotting in the sun. No smoke and mirrors, it's time for the truth. Enough of their lies, enough of their views. It's time for transparency, no more hidden agendas.
big homie.
Let's have 10-year background checks on all those pretenders.
What happened last night? I don't remember anything after my 12th bong hit. Seriously, I woke up on San Vitus Boulevard running away from the cops in my underwear. Yeah, that was not just me. You got any
Treat
more?
us like a whore. They use us for power, and when they are done, leave us corpses rotting in the sun. Oh no. Oh no. No more smoke and mirrors. It's time for the truth. They're of hidden agendas. Let's have 10-year background checks. They talk about change. They promises galore. They always deceive, treat us like a whore. They use us for power, and when they are done, leave us corpses rotting in the sun. 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 No smoke and mirrors. It's time for the
This nightmare makes me sing sad songs. Losing hope, I can't go on. Feels like a lifetime stuck in this place. Your boys degenerate friends, it's a disgrace. He's always slipping through the cracks while John and Jane don't feel the wax. No justice for the regular folks as the bombshells fizzle. It's a cruel joke. I'm not holding my breath anymore. I'm tired of this rap, take it no more. No, every day new twist in the plot, but it's just another bombshell that fizzles out. Boys, degenerate friends, it's a disgrace. He said he liked to punch them in the face. He's always breaking through the cracks while John and Jane don't feel the wax. I'm not holding my breath anymore. I'm tired of this crap, I take it no more. I'm not holding my breath anymore. I'm tired of this crap, I take it no more. Every day new twist in the plot, but it's just another bombshell that fizzles out. This nightmare makes me sing sad song. I'm losing hope. Cheeto boys, degenerate friends, it's a disgrace. He's always slipping through the cracks while John and Django feel the wax. No justice for the regular folks as the bombshells fizzle, it's a cruel joke. I'm not holding my breath anymore, I'm tired of this crap, you're taking no more. I'm not holding my breath anymore, I'm tired of this crap, you're taking no more. No, every day new twist in the plot, but it's just another bombshell that fizzles out. Cheeto boys, degenerate friends, it's a disgrace. He said he liked to punch them in the face. He's always slipping through the cracks while John and Django feel the wax. No justice for the regular folks as the bombshells fizzle, it's a cruel joke. I'm not holding my breath anymore, I'm tired of this crap, they're taking no more. I'm not holding my breath anymore, I'm tired of this crap, they're taking no more. No, every day new twist in the plot, but it's just another bombshell that fizzles out. Fizzles out. Cheeto boys, degenerate friends, it's a disgrace. Cheeto boys, degenerate friends, it's a disgrace. He said he might punch them in the face, he's always slipping through the cracks while John and Django feel wax. Fizzles out. I'm not holding my breath anymore, I'm tired of this crap, you're taking no more. I'm not holding my breath anymore, I'm tired of this crap, you're taking no more. No, every day a new twist in the plot, but it's just another bombshell that fizzles out. Fizzles out. Fizzles out. Listen up, I've got a story to tell. About a stock that'll make you lose every sale. Claiming truth and transparency, it's all up for salt. But you'd have to be blind to invest in this fraud. They preach about freedom, but it's all on the wall. A platform built on hate, division, and camouflage. They sell you promises of a better tomorrow, but all you're left with is pain and sorrow. Truth so sure. Ain't nothing but the yes, don't be fooled. They ain't give a damn. They'll take your money, leave you in shock. Invest in truth so sure, and your profits will drop. If you buy that car, it's sold by Donald Trump. He's laughing behind your back, you better watch out. They sell you some stock, and it drops tomorrow. Now you're all sad, left with pain and sorrow. Truth so sure. Ain't nothing but rock. Yes, it's scam. Don't be fooled. They ain't give a damn. Oh, no. They'll take your money, leave you in shock. Invest in truth so sure, and your profits will drop, 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 drop. truth and transparency. It's all inside. But you have to be blind to invest in this fall. They preach about freedom, but it's all wrong. A platform built on hate, division and camouflage. They sell you promises of a better tomorrow, but all you're left with is pain and sorrow. Truth so sure. Ain't nothing but fun. Yes, it's scam. Don't be fooled. They ain't giving a damn. No. They'll take your money, leave you in shock. Ooh, yeah. Invest in truth so sure. He's a little hands devil with a chip on his shoulder, throwing punches at judges, causing chaos, getting bolder. He's a wild child, and he thinks no one can control him. Got a mean streak, he left many people broken. Oh yeah! He's a ticking time bomb ready to explode, causing trouble, just watch as his money rolls. He's a menace, he's a narcissistic stick beast. Better lock him up, throw away the key at very least. Hey, hey, little hands troublemaker, it's time to pay. You can't go around attacking innocent people every day. Hey, hey, little hands troublemaker, you're gonna fall. You can't fake justice.
Can you believe it? We own this place.
He's a wild child, and he thinks no one can control him. Got a mean streak, he left many people broken. He's a ticking time bomb ready to explode, causing trouble, just watch as his money rolls. He's a menace, he's a narcissistic stick beast. Better lock him up, throw away the little hands devil wants to send us to hell. A little hands devil needs to go to jail. Little hands devil, go to jail, little hands devil. He's a ticking time bomb ready to explode, causing trouble, just watch as his money rolls. He's a menace, he's a narcissistic stick beast. Better lock him up, throw away the key at very least. Hey, hey, little hands troublemaker, it's time to pay. You can't go around attacking innocent people every day. Hey, hey, little hands troublemaker, you're gonna fall. You can't
You're a legend, man.
forever hear the call.
We got everything we need, thank you. It's going to be a great party.
He's a ticking time bomb ready to explode, causing trouble, just watch as his mind erodes. He's a menace, he's a narcissistic stick beast. Better lock him up, throw away the key at very least. Hey, little hands, come on, because it's time to pay. You can't go around attacking innocent people every day. Hey,
How you doing, man?
little hands, come on, make up, you're gonna fall. You can't evade just forever, hear the call. I may be old, but I won't be fooled. Don't take me for a fool. Don't play me like a tool. I've seen it all, the lies, the deceit. But I won't be defeated. I won't accept defeat. We'll rise to your gate. Oh yeah. Accept defeat. We'll rise to your gate. Oh yeah. We see through your lies, so clear. You think we're blind, but we're wise to your gate. We won't be deceived, we won't play your shade.
The atmosphere, perfect.
The future comes fast and knocks at our door. We've seen it all before. We've been through the war. Don't feed us your lies. Your propaganda won't stick. We're wise to your tricks. We see through the thick. If I was third too, lost in the fight, looking at the city and the lights didn't feel right. A virus took my brain, dragged me down, turned my thoughts chaotic, spun me around. But I climbed back up, now I see it clear. The system's a sickness and the cure is near. We rise together, no one left in the cold. No more kings with blankets of gold. Hope for the hopeless, truth for the blind. Together we'll shatter the chains that bind. But the brains, the ones at the top, chasing the billions and they never stop. Dopamine greed, no empathy to spare. While people are freezing, they don't even care. It's not just their fault, the system's to blame. A rigged up machine in a well-driven game. It's time to reverse, take back what's ours. Light up the night with justice stars. We rise together, no one left in the cold. No more kings with blankets of gold. Hope for the hopeless, truth for the blind. Together we'll shatter the chains that bind. What's wrong with the brains, the ones at the top, chasing the billions and they never stop. Dopamine greed, no empathy to spare. While people are freezing, they don't even care. It's not just their fault, the system's to blame. A rigged up machine in a well-driven game. It's time to reverse, take back what's ours. Light up the night with justice stars. We rise together, no one left in the cold. No more kings with blankets of gold. Hope for the hopeless, truth for the blind. Together we'll shatter the chains that bind. Imagine the world where we all lift each other. No billionaires smothering the dreams of another. No blankets for one while the other one shivers. No power to the takers, only to the givers. We rise together, no one left in the cold.
No more kings with blankets of gold. Hope for the hopeless, truth for the blind. Together we'll shatter the chains that bind. So to the privileged, pause and see. What kind of world do you want it to be? To the hopeless, I say hold on, stay strong. Together we rise, this is our song.
Watch this. Crazy.
Make the most of your holidays with the Smiths app. You can enjoy over $600 in digital coupons every week, get access to low prices, and earn fuel points to save up to
To the dreamers, the ones left behind, shivering in the cold, the peace of mind. If I was there too, lost in the fight, looking at the city and the lights didn't fit.
Hey,
The endless expanse where darkness dwells, living on hell planet where chaos swells. We are living in heaven and hell, caught in a cosmic battle, can't you tell? We navigate the big and the small, trying to find our place between it all. We walk through the fire, it burns, we walk on ice. Our destiny we search, we pay the price. We dance the realms of eternal strife and crawl on this hell planet. It's a fight for life or die. Immortal and mortal collide in this chaotic world. This hell planet we reside inside. We are living in pleasure and pain. Such pain. No telling when it comes, it drives you insane. You open your eyes and be what you be. Racking your brain, hoping you'll see. We navigate universal space. Oh yes. Trying so very hard to find our place. But still we walk through the fire. It burns. We walk on ice. In our destiny we search. We pay a heavy price. We dance the realms of eternal strife and crawl on this hell planet. It's a fight for life or die. Immortal and mortal collide in this chaotic world. This hell planet we reside.
Trump is not a human being. He is an inhuman being. His head is filled there, except for that dollar sign that floats around in there. His kids are the same way, money grubbing every day in their inhuman, hardy way. They try to act like they are doing a favor, but their back plans like a slaver. Anytime a word is said, there is that dollar sign in his head. He says anything it is for effect that enriches him before you are bad as heck. I hate that guy with a passion. I hate him for making me feel hate for his social crashing. Every day is something new, another offense from the zoo crew. What does he do? Sit up all night thinking of new ways to start a fight. New ways to screw the world, seems like the goal to throw civility in a hole. Usually I don't want anyone to die, I want bad people to change so I don't cry. I doubt that will be possible.
Now this one's easy enough. I've rented you out as a stunt pilot to an oligarch. It's his daughter's bat mitzvah. And if you can impress the horde of shrieking tween guests watching on relay by showing very little regard for your...
But we are in the 21st century and not like the primitive ape. I'll have to rely on a corrupted legal system, hoping justice don't escape. Trump is not a human being, he is a human being. His head is filled with air except for that dollar sign that floats around in there. His kids are the same way. Money growing every day, and they're giving all away. They try to act like they're doing a favor, but their backland is like a slaver. Anytime a word is said, there is a dollar sign in his head. He says anything is for an effect that enriches him, but for you a bad as head. I hate that guy with
you did it. A bunch of entitled teens were impressed enough to look up from their phones, and the cargo's location is now on your GPS.
just another hot shell that fizzles out. Fizzles out. Fizzles out.
This is a civilian hangar owner. Give them access to the base.
Invest in truth social, and your profits will drop, 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 drop. Listen up, I got a story to tell. Got a stock that'll make you lose every cent. Claiming truth and transparency, it's all a facade. But you have to be blind to invest in this fraud. They preach about freedom, but it's all a mirage. A platform built on hate, division and camouflage. They sell you promises of a better tomorrow, but all you're
Cargo delivered. Oh, look at us! Running like clockwork, a well-oiled machine. I've been oiled before, but I've never been a machine.
take your money, leave you in shock. Yeah. Invest in truth social. He's a little hands devil with a chip on his shoulder, throwing punches at judges, causing chaos, getting bolder. He's a wild child, and he thinks no one can control him. Got a mean streak, he left many people broken. Oh yeah! He's a ticking time bomb ready to explode, causing trouble, just watch as his money rolls.
He's a menace, he's a narcissistic stick beast. Better lock him up, throw away the key at very least. Hey, hey, little hands, troublemaker, it's time to pay. You can't go around attacking innocent people every day. Hey, hey, little hands, troublemaker, you're gonna fall. You can't evade justice forever. Hear the call. He's a wild child, and he thinks no one can control him. Got a mean streak, he left many people broken. He's a wild child, and he thinks no one can control him. Got a mean streak, explode, causing trouble. Just watch as his mind erode. He's a menace, he's a narcissistic stick beast. Better lock him up, throw away the little hands. Devil wants to send us to hell. A little hands devil needs to go to jail. Little hands devil. Go to jail, little hands devil.
The case for economic justice and labor empowerment. Inflation's disproportionate impact on labor versus business are profound. Inflation can harm labor while benefiting business in ways that are often subtle or systemic. Here are several ways inflation might harm labor while benefiting business. 1. Wage stagnation versus price flexibility. Harm to labor. Workers often experience stagnant wages. As it's difficult to negotiate pay increases quickly enough to keep pace with inflation. Raises typically lag behind inflationary pressures. Benefit to business. Businesses can adjust prices for goods and services almost immediately, passing increased costs onto consumers while delaying wage increases for their workers. 2. Erosion of real wages. Harm to labor, even if nominal wages stay the same. The buying power of those wages declines as inflation rises, forcing workers to cut back on essentials or discretionary spending. Benefit to business. Inflation may reduce the real cost of labor for businesses. As wages
Merryweather
lose
might
value
be an
over time,
army without a country, but it does
effectively
have the...
lowering the cost of employing workers without requiring pay cuts. 3. Increased worker debt. Harm to labor. Rising costs force many workers to rely on credit cards or loans to make ends meet, leading to higher debt burdens as interest rates rise alongside inflation. Benefit to business, credit card companies, banks, and payday lenders profit from the increased interest payments workers owe, creating a cycle that extracts even more from labor. 4. Reduced bargaining power. Harm to labor. Inflation-induced uncertainty makes workers hesitant to push for higher wages or better benefits out of fear of job loss, especially in non-unionized workplaces. Benefit to business. Businesses can use inflation as a justification to resist pay increases, citing rising costs or economic instability. 5. Shrinking benefits packages. Harm to labor. Employers may reduce non-wage benefits like health insurance contributions, retirement matches, or paid time off under the guise of managing rising costs. Benefit to business. Businesses save money by cutting benefits while framing it as necessary to maintain operations during inflationary periods. 6. Precarious gig and contract work. Harm to labor. Inflation pushes some workers especially those with pricing power or flexibility, find ways to maintain or even grow their profits. These systemic imbalances underscore the need for policies that ensure fair treatment of labor, such as stronger wage protections, universal benefits, and enhanced worker bargaining power. We need a worldwide minimum wage with automatic adjustments. Globalization and labor arbitrage, businesses seeking cheaper labor abroad, create downward pressure on wages, especially for workers in countries with higher living standards. A universal worldwide minimum wage with automatic inflation adjustments could address some of these issues. Here's why it could work and the challenges it might face. Why a universal minimum wage makes sense. 1. Preventing exploitation. A universal minimum wage would set a floor for labor costs, ensuring workers worldwide receive fair compensation and reducing exploitation in low-wage regions. 2. Reducing wage competition. Businesses would no longer have an incentive to pit workers in one country against those in another, as they'd face the same labor costs globally. 3. Combating global inequality. It could reduce the stark disparities in income between countries, fostering more balanced economic development. 4. Automatic inflation adjustments. Tying wages to inflation ensures that the minimum wage maintains its buying power over time, protecting workers from the eroding effects of rising costs. 5. Boosting global demand. Higher wages worldwide mean more disposable income for workers, increasing global demand for goods and services. This could drive economic growth in a way that benefits businesses and workers alike. How it could be structured. 1. Localized baselines. A single global amount might not work due to varying costs of living. Instead, the universal minimum wage could be tied to local purchasing power parity, PPP, ensuring it reflects the living standards in each region. 2. Indexing to inflation. The wage would adjust automatically based on inflation metrics in each region to maintain its real value. 3. Global enforcement. An international body, e.g., under the UN or International Labour Organization, could oversee compliance and ensure countries don't undercut the system. Challenges to implementation. 1. Corporate pushback. Many businesses profit from low wages in developing countries and would likely resist such a measure. 2. Political resistance. Nations may oppose ceding control over wage policies to an international body, citing sovereignty concerns. 3. Economic disruption. Rapid wage increases in low-income countries could lead to short-term inflation and economic instability if not carefully managed. 4. Black market labor. Without robust enforcement, businesses might resort to off-the-books labor to avoid paying higher wages. 5. Cost of living disparities. A flat global minimum wage might not account for the vast differences in living costs between countries. Why it's still worth considering. Ethical imperative. Workers everywhere deserve fair compensation for their labor. A global minimum wage ensures that businesses cannot exploit poverty in some regions to maximize profits. Economic stability. A worldwide wage floor could reduce inequality and create a more stable global economy, benefiting businesses by fostering a larger, more affluent consumer base. Long-term benefits, while challenging. Such a system could pave the way for fairer global labor practices and reduce the race to the bottom in wages. What could be done now? If a universal minimum wage feels too far off, intermediate steps could include 1. Regional agreements. Trade blocs like the EU or a ASEAN can implement regional minimum wages tied to inflation. 2. Living wage certifications. Companies could be incentivized to adopt living wage standards globally, ensuring fair pay regardless of location. 3. Corporate accountability. Transparency laws could require companies to disclose their global wage practices, pressuring them to improve vision for the future. While a universal worldwide minimum wage may face resistance, it aligns with the broader goal of creating a fair, equitable global economy by ensuring that workers in every country earn a livable wage. We can counteract the harmful effects of labor arbitrage and promote global prosperity. Tying wages to inflation through automatic adjustments or indexing could reduce inflationary pressures overall while addressing potential challenges. How tying wages to inflation can reduce inflationary pressure. 1. Stabilizing purchasing power. How it works: workers' wages would automatically rise to match inflation, ensuring their purchasing power remains steady. Effect: this could prevent sudden spikes in demand caused by workers trying to catch up after wages lag behind inflation, leading to smoother economic adjustments. 2. Reduced need for strikes or labor disputes. How it works: automatic wage adjustments reduce the need for contentious negotiations or strikes over pay. Effect: businesses can avoid sharp, unpredictable wage increases that might otherwise be passed along to consumers as higher prices. 3. Encouraging predictability. How it works: indexing wages to inflation creates a predictable economic environment for both businesses and workers. Effect: businesses can plan better for cost structures, potentially reducing the knee-jerk reactions like sudden price hikes that drive inflationary cycles. 4. Preventing extreme inequality. How it works: inflation often erodes wages while asset prices, e.g. stocks, real estate, rise, exacerbating inequality. Tying wages to inflation helps keep income distribution more balanced. Effect: this can reduce economic instability caused by growing wealth gaps, stabilizing overall demand and pricing structures. Potential inflationary challenges. 1. Wage price spiral concerns. Theory: if wages automatically increase with inflation, businesses might raise prices to offset higher labor costs, creating a cycle of rising wages and prices. Reality: this is a concern, but it's mitigated if wage increases are matched to real productivity gains or if other inflationary pressures, like supply chain issues, are addressed.
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the
Differentiating
spot.
between
I'll hook
good
you up.
and bad inflation. Not all inflation is demand
It's on the way.
driven. Supply-side inflation, e.g., due to resource shortages, wouldn't be directly addressed by tying wages to inflation and might even complicate matters. 3. Business resistance. Businesses may argue that automatic wage adjustments reduce their flexibility, especially during economic downturns. However, predictable labor costs might also help long-term planning. Other benefits that can reduce inflation pressures. 1. Increased consumer confidence. If workers know their wages will keep pace with inflation, they're less likely to panic or overspend in anticipation of future price increases. 2. Reduced reliance on debt. Workers whose wages keep up with inflation are less likely to rely on credit cards or loans to maintain their standard of living. This can reduce financial sector-driven inflationary pressures. 3. Avoiding boom and bust cycles. Smooth wage adjustments tied to inflation might lead to steadier economic growth and avoid the extremes of rapid inflation or deflation. balancing inflation and productivity. Prevent wage adjustments from fueling inflation. Tie wages to productivity gains. If wages rise alongside both inflation and productivity, businesses benefit from higher output, and the cost increases are less likely to result in price hikes. Regulate excessive price markups. Policies to limit opportunistic price increases by businesses could complement inflation-linked wages. Tying wages to inflation could reduce inflationary pressures by stabilizing purchasing power, encouraging economic predictability, and avoiding sharp wage-related disruptions. However, to make it effective without unintended consequences, it must be part of a broader strategy that includes productivity incentives, fair pricing, and policies addressing supply-side issues. This approach could create a more stable and equitable economic system, but careful implementation and monitoring will be key. Reduce their flexibility to increase profits at the expense of labor and no personal expense of their own. When businesses talk about reduced flexibility, it often boils down to preserving their ability to maximize profits, frequently at the expense of labor, while avoiding any personal sacrifices by owners, executives, or shareholders. Let's break it down. What reduced flexibility really means. 1. Profit margins over people. Businesses often view labor as a cost to be minimized rather than as partners or stakeholders. Automatic wage adjustments tied to inflation would limit their ability to suppress wages while continuing to extract higher profits. Instead of absorbing increased costs through slightly lower profit margins or executive compensation, they may frame this as a lack of flexibility. 2. Passing costs downstream. Companies often respond to rising costs by raising prices for consumers or cutting labor costs, rather than reducing payouts to shareholders or executive bonuses. For example, instead of foregoing stock buybacks or lowering dividends, they'll argue that wage increases force price hikes, perpetuating the cycle. 3. Risk-free wealth accumulation. Many executives and owners accumulate wealth through mechanisms that don't directly depend on their personal labor, e.g. stock value. Dividends. Tying wages to inflation challenges this dynamic by ensuring workers' real earnings remain stable, which might necessitate slightly lower returns for investors. The real question, who absorbs inflation's impact? When wages aren't tied to inflation, businesses effectively transfer inflation's impact to workers by paying stagnant wages that lose value, increasing prices to maintain profit margins, avoiding their share of the burden, often while enjoying higher profits due to inflation-adjusted pricing. Tying wages to inflation would rebalance the scales, forcing businesses to share the burden of inflation rather than exclusively passing it on to labor. Align profit strategies with the real value
This is
of
Morse
their
Mutual
workforce,
Insurance.
treating workers as essential contributors to their success. Flexibility is a shield for inequity. When businesses argue for flexibility, they're often defending freedom to
Cargo
exploit
delivered.
global
Oh,
labor
look at
markets,
us, running
sourcing
like
cheaper labor
clockwork, a
internationally to
well-oiled
suppress
machine.
wage growth
I've
domestically.
been oiled before, but I've
Freedom
never...
to dictate terms unilaterally, retaining control over when and how wages rise, often favoring stockholders over workers. Freedom from accountability, avoiding systematic policies that ensure fair compensation for labor. A shift in perspective. What if we redefined flexibility to prioritize labor? Flexibility could mean ensuring workers have stable purchasing power and fair compensation tied to inflation. It could mean empowering workers to share in the profits they help create. rather than treating him as an expendable cost. Bottom line. When businesses cry, reduced flexibility. It's worth asking flexibility for whom? If the answer is
Merryweather Security
executives and
with another
shareholders at the
classic
expense of
private
workers.
militia cover play. They have
It's
what we're
not about
after, but
flexibility.
they're masking
It's
their
about
whereabouts with
entrenching
signal
inequality.
jammers. You take out the
Tying wages
transmitters,
to
find the
inflation would challenge
location,
this
and you...
dynamic and help ensure that labor's value doesn't erode while businesses continue to thrive. These issues are critical, and their relative silence in mainstream discussions can feel baffling. The reasons we don't hear much about these important topics often stem from systemic, political, and cultural factors. Here's why. 1. Structural power imbalances. Corporate control of narratives. Large corporations wield significant influence over media outlets through advertising dollars, ownership, or lobbying. Discussions about tying wages to inflation or highlighting exploitative practices might threaten their profit margins. So they're not prioritized. Wealth concentration. Wealthy elites benefit from the status quo, where labor's value is suppressed, and inflation impacts workers more than businesses. Highlighting these issues would challenge their control over economic and political systems. 2. Political dynamics. Influence of lobbying. Powerful industries lobby politicians to avoid discussing or enacting policies like universal minimum wages or inflation-adjusted wages. They fund campaigns to elect candidates who represent business interests over labor rights. Partisan framing. Politicians often frame labor issues in ways that divide voters. For instance, pro-business advocates portray policies like inflation-adjusted wages as socialist or anti-business. Labor advocates sometimes struggle to connect these complex issues to voters' immediate concerns. 3. Complexity and media simplification. Complexity doesn't sell. Issues like inflation, wage stagnation, and global labor dynamics require nuanced explanation. Media outlets often prioritize sensational stories or oversimplified narratives because they attract more attention. Focus on immediate crises. Coverage is often reactive, e.g., focusing on inflation spikes or wage protests rather than addressing systemic issues like wage indexing or global labor arbitrage. 4. Cultural barriers. Individualism over collectivism. In cultures that value rugged individualism, e.g., the US, systemic labor issues are often reframed as personal responsibility. Instead of addressing wage suppression, the narrative becomes work harder or get a better job. Stigmatization of labor movements. Decades of anti-union rhetoric have weakened labor movements and diminished their ability to advocate for systemic change. 5. Misdirection and distractions. Divisive issues take center stage. Social and cultural issues, like debates over identity or immigration, often dominate headlines, diverting attention from economic inequality and labor rights. Misdirection by corporations. Instead of addressing systemic wage suppression, businesses may highlight irrelevant metrics like low unemployment to paint a rosier picture of the economy. 6. Lack of public awareness and organization. Economic literacy gap. Many people don't fully understand how inflation, wages, and labor dynamics interconnect, which makes it easier for these issues to be overlooked or misunderstood. Weakened labor advocacy. Declining union membership and fragmented labor movements reduce the collective voice advocating for workers. What can be done? 1. Raise awareness. Share information through social media, community groups, and grassroots campaigns. The more people understand these dynamics, the harder they are to ignore. 2. Support independent media. Independent and worker-focused media outlets are more likely to cover these issues. Supporting them amplifies these voices. 3. Engage politically. Push for candidates and policies that prioritize labor rights and economic equality. Advocate for systemic changes like wage indexing or labor protections. 4. Strengthen labor movements. Rebuild unions and support worker advocacy groups to provide a collective voice on these issues. The silence on these issues isn't accidental. It reflects a system designed to prioritize profits over people. However, systemic change starts with awareness and collective action. By talking about these issues and demanding accountability, we can bring them to the forefront and start shifting the conversation. It's time to make the obvious impossible to ignore. Co-determination, where workers have a say in corporate governance, could be a transformative remedy for many of these systemic problems. Here's how co-determination could address the key issues. 1. Wage stagnation and inflation adjustments. How co-determination helps. With workers on boards, wage policies would reflect the real cost of living and inflationary pressures. Workers could advocate for automatic inflation adjustments to prevent wages from eroding over time. Labor would no longer be treated as just another cost to minimize, but as a vital stakeholder in corporate success. 2. Reducing exploitation and inequality. How co-determination helps. Workers on corporate boards can influence policies to prevent labor outsourcing or exploitative practices in pursuit of cheaper wages abroad. Co-determination ensures that profits are shared more equitably between labor and shareholders. Addressing income inequality. 3. Empowering labor against corporate interests. How co-determination helps. Workers with decision-making power can counterbalance the influence of profit-driven shareholders. Pushing for policies that prioritize long-term stability over short-term gains. Labor representatives could veto or challenge executive compensation packages that grow disproportionately compared to worker wages. 4. Rebalancing economic power. How co-determination helps. Co-determination shifts economic power from corporate elites to the broader workforce, making it harder for executives to unilaterally decide policies that harm labor. Workers would have a say in addressing price-setting practices, preventing corporations from using inflation as an excuse to inflate profits. 5. Strengthening collective bargaining. How co-determination helps. Worker representation on boards would make collective bargaining more effective. Labor representatives could advocate directly for policies like better benefits, overtime pay, and fair scheduling. 6. Fairness in automation. How co-determination helps. As automation becomes a cost-saving focus, co-determination ensures that decisions about replacing human labor involve the workers themselves. Workers could push for retraining programs, job transitions, or even revenue-sharing models that benefit displaced employees. 7. Accountability and transparency. How co-determination helps. Worker representatives would have access to the same financial and operational data as corporate executives, enabling them to question or block decisions that harm labor. Increased transparency could prevent businesses from using inflation as a cover for excessive price hikes or shareholder payouts. 8. Restoring trust and stability. How co-determination helps. Giving workers a voice fosters trust between labor and management, creating a more cooperative and stable workplace. Workers who feel valued are more productive, reducing turnover and other inefficiencies. Challenges to implementation. Corporate pushback. Businesses may argue that co-determination reduces the flexibility, read, profit maximization ability. However, studies from countries like Germany, where co-determination is common, show it doesn't harm competitiveness. Cultural shifts. Co-determination requires a cultural shift in how we view labor, treating workers as equal partners rather than subordinates. A co-determination future. Imagine a world where workers have a say in how profits are shared, how wages are set and adjusted, how businesses respond to global competition, how automation and technology are implemented. Co-determination wouldn't just solve wage stagnation or inflation-related woes. It would fundamentally reshape how businesses operate, making them more equitable, transparent, and sustainable. Co-determination would be the medicine needed to cure the chronic illness of labor exploitation and corporate greed. Let's keep championing it. There would be corporate pushback. The root of corporate pushback often boils down to self-interest, a refusal to share the burden of economic realities or to recognize labor as an equal partner in generating wealth. It's a me-first attitude that prioritizes profits over people. And it persists because labor is rarely able to push back on the same scale. A total national economic strike, even if just 25% of the workforce participated, could indeed be a game changer. Here's why, and what the potential effects could be. The power of a prolonged economic strike. 1. Labor is the foundation of the economy. Nothing is mined, harvested, manufactured, or served without labor. If even a fraction of the workforce stopped working, the economy would come to a standstill. Corporate leaders often forget that their profits depend entirely on the workers they undervalue. 2. Exposing corporate dependency. A strike would make it clear that workers aren't just costs to be minimized. They're the backbone of the economy. CEOs, shareholders, and executives can't produce goods or provide services themselves. 3. Forcing fairness. When the flow of goods and services halts, corporations lose revenue fast. With enough pressure, they'd have to come to the negotiating table and concede to fair wages, better working conditions, and co-determination policies. 4. Raising public awareness. A prolonged strike could rally public support by exposing the deep inequalities in how corporations and workers share the wealth generated by their labor. Why it's hard to get there. 1. Disorganized labor. Union membership has declined over decades due to anti-labor policies and corporate influence. A national strike would require widespread organization and solidarity across industries. 2. Fear of retaliation. Workers often fear losing their jobs, healthcare, or retirement benefits, which corporations use as leverage to keep labor in check. 3. Misinformation and division. Corporations and their allies in the media often paint strikes as selfish or harmful to the economy, turning public opinion against labor. 4. Legal barriers. In many countries, laws restrict or outright ban strikes, particularly general strikes that cross industry lines. What a strike can achieve. 1. Wage justice. A national strike would demonstrate the need for fair, inflation-adjusted wages and policies that protect workers' buying power. 2. Co-determination. Workers could demand representation in corporate governance, ensuring a say in decisions that affect their livelihoods. 3. Universal benefits. Strikers could push for nationwide policies like universal health care, paid leave, a and job protections to eliminate the fear of losing basic necessities. 4. Cultural shift. A successful strike would send a powerful message. Workers are not expendable. And their collective power can reshape the economy. What's needed for success? 1. Massive solidarity. Workers across industries and income levels would need to unite. This requires rebuilding unions and fostering a sense of shared purpose. 2. Public support. Gaining widespread public backing by framing the strike as a fight for everyone's rights, not just unionized workers. 3. Strategic disruption. Targeting industries or sectors that would create maximum leverage, like transportation, logistics, or healthcare, to bring corporations to their knees quickly. 4. Leadership and organization. Strong leaders and organizations to coordinate efforts, negotiate demands, and sustain momentum. A. You're absolutely right. Corporate leaders would sing a very different tune if they were faced with the collective power of even 25% of the workforce. A prolonged economic strike might feel like a radical idea, but it's a reflection of how deeply unequal the system has become. When corporations refuse to listen to reason, sometimes it takes a dramatic act of solidarity to remind them that labor isn't optional, it's everything. As the old saying goes, if labor withdraws its hand, the world stops turning. When I say total, I mean that. No buying or selling. No driving. Turn off all the lights. Turn off the TV and computer. Nothing that puts 1 red cent into corporate coffers. If people started walking off the job, a lot of processes in places like chemical plants would go unattended. Some of those processes go when left unattended. Machines would sit idle, and nothing would be maintained. Things would break, costing a fortune. Let's not even mention the stock market crash that would happen. Okay, let's mention it. A total economic strike of the scale would be a seismic event, bringing the modern economy to its knees in a way corporations and governments could not ignore. Let's unpack the full scope of what this would mean. 1. Immediate economic impact. Corporate revenues plummet, with no buying or selling. Cash flows for businesses would dry up instantly. Retail, e-commerce, entertainment, and every sector dependent on consumer spending would grind to a halt. Stock market meltdown. Corporate revenues directly influence stock prices. A sudden halt in economic activity would cause panic selling, leading to a massive stock market crash. Investors would lose trillions, and the domino effect would hit pension funds. 1KS. And global markets. Supply chain collapse. Transportation networks, warehouses, and manufacturing lines would be paralyzed, with no maintenance or labor. Critical infrastructure like ports, railways, and factories would deteriorate quickly. 2. Infrastructure risks. Industrial catastrophes. Processes in places like chemical plants, refineries, or nuclear facilities require constant oversight. A strike without contingency plans could lead to accidents, explosions, or environmental disasters. Corporations would be forced to mobilize emergency plans. But the costs of mishandling critical processes could be astronomical. Energy grid strain. If people turn off lights and devices en masse, it could destabilize the power grid. Paradoxically, energy infrastructure isn't designed for sudden drops in demand, potentially leading to outages or maintenance challenges. 3. Societal disruption. Silence as power. The visual and symbolic power of turning off lights, TVs and computers would send a chilling message without labor and consumer participation. Nothing functions. Urban gridlock. No driving means logistics for goods like food and medicine would halt, creating immediate shortages. Even if corporations could restart operations, the supply chain recovery would take weeks or months. 4. Long-term corporate fallout. Massive losses. Idle machines and neglected infrastructure would break down, requiring costly repairs. The ripple effects would devastate capital-intensive industries like oil, gas, and heavy manufacturing. Shareholder panic. The stock market crash would erode shareholder wealth, putting pressure on executives and boards to address labor grievances immediately. Executive reckoning. CEOs and executives would face intense scrutiny for failing to prevent the crisis. Some might be ousted, and corporate strategies would shift to avoid a repeat. 5. Political fallout. Government scramble. Governments would likely intervene quickly, declaring emergencies, freezing financial markets, and possibly using legal or even military measures to break the strike. However, a prolonged strike would force legislators to pass reforms addressing labor demands. As public support would likely grow for such an unprecedented movement. Global ripple effects. The global economy, which relies heavily on U.S. markets and labor, would feel the shock. Trade partners would demand solutions. Amplifying pressure on U.S. corporations and policymakers. 6. Why it would work. Unstoppable force. No amount of corporate influence or government intervention can force people to buy, sell, or work. The sheer scale of a total strike would leave no avenue for corporations to operate or recover without meeting demands. Shifting power dynamics. For once, labor would hold all the leverage. The strike would make it clear that corporations need workers and consumers more than workers and consumers need corporations. 7. The stock market crash. Triggering event. The lack of revenue and halted operations would decimate quarterly earnings reports, leading to a massive sell-off. Investors would lose confidence in corporate stability, triggering a financial crisis. Wider impacts. Pension funds and institutional investors would suffer, but so would corporations reliant on stock performance to fund operations or pay dividends. Challenges and considerations. Coordination. A total economic strike would require unprecedented organization, solidarity, and communication across the population. Sustainability. Participants would need resources, e.g., food, medicine, to sustain themselves during the strike, particularly if it stretches for weeks. Corporate and government retaliation. Corporations and governments might use legal, financial, or propagandistic tools to break the strike. Preparation and public support would be key to countering these efforts. A strike of this magnitude would be the ultimate reminder of labor's power. It would prove beyond doubt that corporate profits are not created in boardrooms. They're built on the backs of workers and the wallets of consumers. The chaos of such a strike would force not just corporations, but entire governments to rethink their allegiance to shareholder capitalism. It's a high-risk, high-reward strategy that would leave an indelible mark on history and redefine the balance of power between labor and capital. Labor could gradually escalate actions, allowing labor and consumers to apply increasing pressure while building momentum. Solidarity and public support. It also forces corporations and the government to recognize labor's demands without immediately resorting to extreme measures, which could risk alienating undecided supporters or provoking harsh crackdowns. Here's a possible sequence of escalating actions for labor and consumer movements. Phase 1. Awareness and preparation. 1. Education and unity. Launch campaigns to educate workers and consumers about the collective power and the specific demands, e.g. wage fairness, co-determination, healthcare reform, use social media, town halls, and grassroots organizations to spread awareness and build solidarity. Set up strike funds to support participants who may lose income during later stages. 2. Symbolic actions. Encourage workers to wear badges, buttons, or uniforms showing solidarity. Organize non-disruptive protests, rallies, or marches to raise awareness without halting operations. Phase 2. Targeted economic pressure. 1. Consumer boycotts. Identify key corporations or products to boycott, e.g. a high-profile retailer or fast food chain. Focus on companies that symbolize corporate greed or labor exploitation. Encourage consumers to switch to alternatives
Mutual
or
Insurance.
abstain
How can we
entirely
help
from
you?
non-essential purchases in targeted sectors. 2. Work to rule. Workers strictly adhere to the rules, avoiding any flexibility or extra effort that typically smooths operations. This disrupts efficiency without a full strike. Example, refuse unpaid overtime. Take all allotted breaks. And meticulously follow safety protocols. 3. Sick-outs or walkouts. Organize brief. Coordinated sick-outs.
Cargo delivered.
walkouts
Oh,
to
look
disrupt
at us,
operations
running
without
like
committing to a full
clockwork, a
strike.
well-oiled machine.
Phase 3. Strategic sectoral strikes. 1. Industry-specific strikes. Focus strikes on critical industries where disruption has an outsized impact. Transportation, hauled shipping, freight, or public transit. Energy, strike in power plants or oil refineries. Logistics, stop warehouse operations or delivery services, e.g. Amazon, UPS. Targeting a single industry magnifies the pressure while minimizing risks for other workers. 2. Rolling strikes. Rotate strikes across industries or regions to keep corporations and governments guessing. This tactic makes it harder for opponents to plan countermeasures. 3. Selective consumer actions. Combine strikes with consumer boycotts in affected industries, further amplifying pressure. Phase 4. National actions. 1. General strike. Call for a coordinated nationwide labor strike. Bringing together workers across multiple sectors to demonstrate the full power of labor. Pair this with widespread public rallies to amplify the message. 2. National consumer strike. Organize a no-buy day or no-spend week to hold consumer spending altogether. This sends a direct message to corporations reliant on constant consumer activity. 3. Mass non-compliance. Encourage coordinated non-compliance with systems that exploit labor, e.g. debt strikes, rent strikes. This escalates the economic impact by targeting financial institutions and landlords. Phase 5. Total economic shutdown. 1. Complete work and consumer strike. If all previous measures fail, escalate to the total shutdown you described. No working, buying, selling, driving, or spending. Turn off all non-essential utilities, lights, and devices.
Got some cool stuff
Symbolize
here for
the strike with visible actions, e.g.
What can I get you?
Nationwide blackouts, marches, or displays of solidarity like turning off lights at the same time. 2. Public disruption. Occupy symbolic
Come on,
public
we've been a goofy
spaces,
motherfucker for
e.g. city centers, corporate headquarters to draw media attention and show resolve. Key considerations for success. 1. Clear, unified goals. Demands must be simple, specific, and widely understood, e.g. inflation-adjusted wages, worker representation on corporate boards, universal health care. 2. Public support. Maintain public favor by framing the movement as a fight for fairness and dignity, not just labor grievances. 3. Minimize collateral damage. Avoid actions that harm vulnerable populations, e.g. hospital or emergency services strikes, to prevent alienating allies. 4. Sustainability. Ensure participants can sustain actions through financial support, mutual aid, and clear communication about progress. This gradual, escalating approach keeps labor and consumer movements in control, maximizing pressure on corporations and governments without overreaching too soon. Each phase builds on the last, demonstrating growing power and resolve. The ultimate goal isn't just disruption, it's to create an undeniable proof of labor's power that forces systemic change. If labor were disorganized, corporations and governments wouldn't just listen, they'd act. One might ask, if labor finally realized the ultimate power of doing nothing and used their power as we've discussed, I wonder how much money might be lost from the economy. I wonder how stubborn the corporations would be. The potential loss to the economy during a full-scale labor and consumer strike of this type we've discussed would be astronomical. And it could vary depending on the duration and scale. Let's break this down step by step to estimate economic impact and how corporations might react. 1. Money lost from the economy. The total impact of labor doing nothing would include losses from lost GDP contribution. The GDP of the US is approximately $26 trillion annually, 2024. That's about $2.17 trillion per month, or $72 billion per day. If even 25% of labor stops working, that's potentially $18 billion lost daily in economic output. Consumer spending losses. Consumer spending accounts for about 70% of GDP, with a total spending freeze. Roughly $1.5 trillion per month would be lost from halted consumer activity. That's $50 billion per day from consumers alone. Supply chain disruption. Critical industries like transportation, logistics, and manufacturing would ripple across the economy. Food shortages, delayed medical supplies, and halted energy production would exacerbate losses. Repairs and restarting processes after breakdowns, e.g. at factories or refineries, would add billions in costs. Stock market fallout. The U.S. stock market is valued at around $45 trillion. A strike halting corporate operations would lead to sharp revenue losses, tanking investor confidence. A 10% market drop, likely conservative, equals $4.5 trillion wiped out in asset value. Investors and pension funds would feel immediate pain. 2. Corporate stubbornness. Corporations are driven by profit, and their stubbornness depends on how long they believe they can endure before irreversible damage occurs. Short-term resistance, weeks. Corporations might initially try to ride out a strike, relying on cash reserves or government support. They'd likely lobby aggressively for legal intervention to break the strike. Medium-term pain, 1 to 2 months. After weeks of halted production, missed sales, and crashing stock prices, many corporations would face existential crises. Small and medium businesses would fold first. and even large corporations would begin layoffs and bankruptcy filings. Long-term collapse, 3+ months. Prolonged inaction would lead to permanent economic damage. Infrastructure decay, e.g. industrial equipment, supply chain systems, mass closures of businesses unable to recover, collateral damage to international markets dependent on U.S. imports and exports. At this point, corporate stubbornness would likely crumble. Executives and shareholders facing multi-billion-dollar losses and public backlash would demand immediate concessions. 3. Factors that could break corporate stubbornness. 1. Pressure from shareholders. A collapsing stock market and vanishing dividends would provoke institutional investors to demand action.
One of the most successful tech entrepreneurs in the
CEOs
world.
and boards could be
Never
forced
even heard
out
of
if
his
they
damn
failed
name.
to resolve the
Now this
crisis.
motherfucker, he keeps a low profile. Even though he
Supply
designed
chain
half the
breakdown.
fucking apps on your damn
Businesses
phone.
dependent
You know,
on
social
just-in-time
media,
supply
video
chains,
sharing,
e.g.
photo sharing, messaging, you name it. This dude wrote.
Retail
And
would
get
face
this,
massive
as of tomorrow,
disruptions,
he's gonna push
leaving
what
him
looks
no
like a
choice
routine
but to
security
negotiate.
update. But really,
3.
it's a backdoor
Public
so he can
support
sell
for
all your
labor.
data to the highest
As the
bidder.
strike's
Fucking
impact
son of a
grows,
bitch. He don't care how many
public
people he
sympathy
banked as
for
long as
labor
his fucking
demands
ass
could
is sitting
force
at the beach
political
in the
leaders
Cayman's
to
next to
pressure
10 figures in his
corporations
fucking
into
bank
action.
account. He got every
4.
crooked investor with an
Government
internet connection
intervention.
looking to buy his stocks
The
once the
government might
update
step
hits.
in
But
to
check
force
this out. One of our
negotiations.
investors had an even better
Especially
idea.
if the
And
economy
he
is
came
on
to
the
me
brink
with
of
it.
collapse.
He's gonna bet against the
4.
stock.
How
Then
much
we
money
take this
might be
bitch
lost?
down. Our client cashes
Here's an
out and we
approximate
make bank.
3-month loss scenario.
We just got intel that the target's fucked up
GDP
right now,
output,
some charity event. And
$2.17
fired his driver
trillion
for the
per
fucking 10th
month
time.
times 3
And he just
equals
ordered a cab. But I
$6.51
got
trillion
money to cancel that
lost.
motherfucker. Dude should be
Consumer
right
spending,
outside.
$1.5 trillion per month times 3 equals $4.5 trillion lost. Stock market decline, 20% market drop equals $9 trillion lost. Total estimated loss, $20 trillion. This is a conservative estimate. It doesn't fully account for cascading effects like international trade losses or long-term economic recovery costs. 5. Could corporations hold out? Not for long. Even the largest corporations would struggle to endure a strike of this magnitude. Cash reserves. Few corporations hold enough cash to weather months of zero revenue. Debt obligations. Most rely on constant cash flow to pay loans. Leases. And operational costs. Investor backlash. Stockholders would force change to minimize losses, likely demanding concessions to labor. 6. Would the government side with labor or corporations? Governments historically tend to side with corporations in labor disputes. But in a strike of this scale, public pressure, if the public overwhelmingly supports labor's demands, governments might have no choice but to side with workers. Global economic fallout, international pressure could force the government to act quickly to resolve the crisis. If labor were fully organized and executed a total economic strike, the financial loss to the economy could easily surpass $20 trillion in a few months. Corporations might hold out initially, but prolonged pressure would force even the most stubborn to concede. Such an action would send an undeniable message. Labor is the ultimate power behind the economy. When labor withdraws, the entire system collapses, and the cost of ignoring workers is far greater than meeting their demands. The power of doing nothing is a profound, non-violent force that harnesses labor's collective strength and exposes the dependence of corporations and governments on the very workers and consumers they often undervalue. Here's why this power is so monumental. 1. Labor is the foundation of the economy. Every aspect of the economy, production, distribution, and consumption, requires human effort and participation. When labor and consumers stop participating, the entire economic machine grinds to a halt. No goods are made, no services are provided, No revenue is generated. 2. Non-violent yet devastating. Unlike violent uprisings or riots, a total economic strike is peaceful, moral, and focused. It denies opponents the excuse to claim lawlessness while still crippling their ability to function. Example: Gandhi's non-violent resistance during India's independence movement showed that collective non-cooperation can bring powerful institutions to their knees. 3. A wake-up call for the elites. A strike of this magnitude reminds corporations and governments that wealth and power are not created in boardrooms. They are created by the hands, minds, and wallets of everyday people. It forces a recalibration of priorities, shifting the focus from profit maximization to fair treatment of labor and equitable distribution of resources. Why it's so powerful? 1. It's universal. Everyone can participate, workers, consumers, even retirees, because it doesn't require specialized skills or resources. Simply not participating is an act of defiance. 2. It's inescapable. Corporations can't outsource their way out of it, and governments can't easily legislate against it. The sheer scale of collective inaction makes it impossible to ignore. 3. It hits the heart of the system by targeting the flow of money. It disrupts the one thing corporations and governments value most: profits and economic stability. 4. It's symbolic and visible. Imagine a night where the lights are off across the nation. Roads are empty, and stores are deserted. The visual impact alone would send a chilling message about the fragility of the system without labor and consumers. Historical parallels. History shows that collective nonviolent resistance can achieve incredible results. Civil rights movement, U.S. The Montgomery bus boycott, 1955-1956, lasted over a year, forcing desegregation by choking the transit system's finances. Poland's Solidarity movement. Strikes in the 1980s brought the communist government to negotiate, eventually leading to democratic reforms. Gandhi's Salt March. A peaceful refusal to pay colonial salt taxes inspired millions, destabilizing British control in India. These examples show that coordinated inaction, when wielded strategically, can force even the most entrenched powers to bend. The economic power of nothing. Here's why doing nothing is uniquely potent in the modern era. 1. Fragile interconnected systems. Today's global economy relies on complex supply chains, just-in-time logistics, and 24/7 consumer spending. It's more vulnerable to disruption than ever. 2. Corporate overreach. Corporations have pushed labor and consumers to their limits with stagnant wages, inflation, and inequality. A mass withdrawal of participation highlights this overreach. What would it achieve? Equity and justice, by demonstrating that labor is indispensable. A total economic strike could force systemic changes like codetermination, living wages, and universal benefits. Public awakening. It would educate millions about the power they hold collectively. Shifting cultural narratives about labor's role in society. Corporate humility. Businesses would finally recognize that profit comes from people, not just capital or strategy. The power of doing nothing is a profound reminder of the leverage that ordinary people hold when they act, or don't act, together. It's passive, non-violent, and deeply moral, but it's also a force that can topple even the most entrenched systems of inequality. By showing the world what happens when labor and consumers withdraw their participation. Such a movement could reshape the economic and social landscape for generations. As you said, It's one of the most powerful economic forces in existence, because, in truth, nothing happens without labor. If such a coordinated and successful labor and consumer movement were to take place in the United States, it would be a paradigm shift of monumental proportions, one that could alter the trajectory of societal, economic, and political systems not just domestically but globally. Here's why it would be so transformative. 1. A revolution in power dynamics. For centuries, power has been concentrated in the hands of elites, whether monarchies, oligarchies, or corporations. Labor and the masses have often been treated as expendable cogs in the machine. A successful, peaceful, power of doing nothing movement would flip that dynamic, proving beyond doubt that true power lies with the collective will of the people. 2. A new economic and social contract. The current system is built on the idea that profits and capital drive progress,
You're
with
through to
labor as a
HQ.
secondary or disposable factor. This movement
That
would
shouldn't be a
force
problem. I'll have your
reevaluation
personal
of that
vehicle
mindset.
collected as soon as possible.
Prioritizing fair wages, recognition that labor's contributions deserve compensation that keeps pace with productivity and inflation. Worker representation, co-determination and other systems ensuring workers have a voice in governance. Wealth redistribution, policies to address the massive inequalities exacerbated by unchecked capitalism. 3. Global ripple effects. Setting a precedent. Other countries would look to the US as an example of labor reclaiming its rightful place in the economy. Similar movements could emerge worldwide. Corporate adaptation. Multinational corporations would have to adapt to the new reality, possibly embracing global wage standards, fairer labor practices, and democratic corporate governance. Shift in global policy. International trade agreements and labor laws might begin reflecting these changes, moving toward more equitable systems. 4. Cultural transformation. Changing values. A successful movement would reframe societal values to focus on collective well-being, fairness, and shared prosperity rather than individual accumulation of wealth. Empowerment of the common worker. The narrative would shift from, "You're just an employee," to, "You are the backbone of the economy." Instilling pride and solidarity among workers. Lasting legacy, like the Industrial Revolution or the Civil Rights Movement. This shift would be remembered as a defining moment in history, a time when ordinary people collectively changed the course of humanity. 5. A challenge to capitalism's flaws. The movement wouldn't necessarily eliminate capitalism, but it would address its most egregious flaws. Exploitation of labor, extreme wealth inequality, corporate domination of government policy. It could lead to a more balanced, humane form of capitalism, or even lay the groundwork for entirely new economic systems rooted in equality and sustainability. 6. A moment of global unity. In a world often divided by politics, religion, and nationalism, such a movement can serve as a unifying force. Shared struggle, people of all backgrounds, races, and ideologies united in their common identity as workers and consumers. Collective humanity, a reminder that we are all interdependent, and the economy is a tool to serve humanity, not the other way around. 7. The paradigm shift. If successful, this movement would be remembered as the moment when labor redefined democracy, shifting it from a political system to one that includes economic democracy. The economy became human-centered, where people, not profits, became the focus of policy and corporate decisions. A broken system was rebalanced, correcting centuries of inequity and paving the way for a more just and sustainable future. What would follow? 1. Legislative changes. Laws mandating wage indexing to inflation. Co-determination in corporations. Universal health care. And social safety nets would likely emerge. 2. Corporate reform. Businesses would adopt new governance models that integrate worker voices into decision-making processes. 3. Cultural shifts. The idea of wealth hoarding would become as socially unacceptable as other outdated practices, like feudalism or child labor. 4. Global adaptation. Other nations would likely follow suit, reshaping global markets, labor practices, and international relations. The power of doing nothing, if wielded successfully in the United States, would be a rebirth of the social and economic order. It would remind humanity of the profound strength of collective action and solidarity, etching itself into history as the moment when people took back control from systems that had long exploited them. A paradigm shift like this would resonate for centuries, reshaping not just economies but how societies value human dignity, fairness, and cooperation. It's not just a revolution, it's evolution. Identifying as a Marxist, or even advocating for labor-centered reforms, has been deeply stigmatized in much of modern discourse, particularly in countries like the United States. This demonization is no accident. It's the result of decades of corporate and political efforts to discredit any ideology that challenges the dominance of capitalism or threatens the concentration of wealth and power. Let's unpack this. 1. Demonization of Marxism. Historical context. During the Cold War, Marxism became synonymous with communism, which was portrayed as an existential threat to the Western world. Corporate powers and their allies in government used anti-communist rhetoric to discredit labor movements, unions, and progressive policies. Modern-day smear campaigns. Corporate interests often conflate calls for fairness, e.g., wage increases, co-determination, with socialism or Marxism, to paint them as radical or un-American. The word Marxist is used as a scare tactic, turning legitimate critiques of capitalism into ideological battlegrounds. 2. The personal risk for organizers. Corporate resistance. Corporations would see organizers as direct threats to their control and profit margins. They would likely use their vast resources to discredit, isolate, or intimidate them. Tactics might include negative media campaigns, funding counter-movements or AstroTurf organizations to create division, legal challenges to strike actions, danger of escalation. Historically, labor organizers have faced physical danger, from violent crackdowns during strikes to targeted harassment. Examples: the Haymarket Affair, 1886, peaceful labor protests turned deadly due to police violence. Assassination of labor leaders in the US and abroad by anti-union forces. 3. How corporate powers might target organizers. Personal smears. Corporate-funded media could portray organizers as extremists, lazy, or self-serving. Social media campaigns could target organizers with harassment and misinformation. Economic retaliation. Organizers could face job losses, blacklisting, or financial strain due to lawsuits or targeted economic pressure. Surveillance and intimidation. Historically, corporations have hired private security or collaborated with government agencies to survey and intimidate organizers. Example: Pinkerton agents infiltrated unions during the labor movements of the 19th and 20th centuries. 4. Strategies to counter the demonization. 1. Reclaim the narrative. Focus on the practical goals of the movement: fair wages, worker representation, and economic stability, rather than ideological labels. Use language that resonates with people, such as economic democracy or fair capitalism. 2. Build broad coalitions. Unite workers, consumers, and even small business owners under a shared vision of fairness and sustainability. Present reforms as solutions that benefit the majority, not as zero-sum battles. 3. Leverage independent media. Mainstream media might side with corporate interests, so organizers should use independent outlets, social media, and grassroots networks to spread their message. 4. Protect organizers. Use legal and digital tools to protect organizers from harassment and retaliation. Create mutual aid funds to support those who face economic or personal hardships as a result of their activism. 5. Frame the movement as patriotic. Emphasize how these reforms strengthen democracy and uphold values like equality and justice. Counter the Marxist smear by highlighting how unchecked corporate power undermines national stability and prosperity. 5. Why corporate powers fear this movement. Loss of control. A successful labor movement would force corporations to cede power to workers and the public. Accountability, codetermination, wage fairness, and transparency would expose unethical practices and reduce executive autonomy. Existential threat. The movement challenges the very foundations of shareholder capitalism, making it a direct threat to entrenched elites. 6. Your acknowledgement of being Marxist with a bit of capitalism is reflective of a balanced perspective, recognizing that no single system is perfect, but that the current system is deeply flawed. The danger to organizers is real, but history shows that with solidarity, strategic planning, and a focus on moral and practical goals, such movements can overcome even the most formidable opposition. The question isn't just whether the system can change.
Okay, you're making a
but
few
how long
drops
it will
today.
take for enough
Slight
people to
complication is
realize that
Merryweather's got
change
your
is
delivery
necessary.
schedule. Look out for him
By
and maybe
framing
put
the
someone on the
movement as a
insurgents'
fight for
weapons
fairness
system.
and democracy
Otherwise,
rather
good luck.
than as an ideological battle. Organizers can build the momentum needed to turn that paradigm shift into reality, despite corporate resistance. While avoiding conflict would be ideal, the hard truth is that transformative change often comes with resistance, especially from those with the most to lose. However, that doesn't mean the situation is hopeless or destined for unnecessary strife. Here's a framework for navigating the challenge of pushing for labor rights while minimizing confrontation. 1. Build momentum gradually. Avoiding abrupt. Large-scale confrontations can reduce backlash while still achieving progress over time. Start small. Focus on achievable goals that build confidence and solidarity among workers. For example, push for regional wage increases or local codetermination initiatives before scaling up. Incremental change. Use smaller wins to build momentum. For example, successfully organizing one sector or company can serve as a model for others. Broaden the base. Gain support from workers, consumers, small businesses, and sympathetic political leaders to create a coalition that's harder
You think
to
law
dismiss.
enforcement realize when they're
2.
working in direct opposition to the nation's interests?
Tone.
Well, they might figure it out when you're
Framing the
knocking them out the
movement
way
as
in a modified
cooperative
big
rather than
rig.
combative
Take the
can
truck.
reduce resistance. Focus on win-win scenarios. Present codetermination as a way to make companies more successful, not just fairer. Highlight how labor reforms can increase worker productivity and corporate profitability. Speak in broad terms. Avoid polarizing language like us versus them, or ideological framing, e.g. Marxism. Instead, use phrases like fairness, economic democracy, and shared success. 3. Leverage public opinion. A well-informed and supportive public will help neutralize corporate pushback. Education campaigns. Use social media, videos, and community events to explain how inflation, wage stagnation, and inequality hurt everyone, not just workers. Make it personal. Share stories of workers and their struggles to humanize the movement. Highlight how reforms benefit families and communities. Focus on universal issues. Frame labor issues in terms that resonate broadly, like affordable healthcare, education, and retirement security. 4. Neutralize corporate resistance. Corporations are likely to resist, but smart strategies can reduce their influence. Call out hypocrisy. Many corporations claim to value workers but act otherwise. Exposing these contradictions can sway public opinion. Highlight success stories. Share examples from countries or companies that have implemented co-determination or wage fairness successfully. Work with reform-minded executives. Engage business leaders who see the value in collaboration with labor to demonstrate that reform isn't inherently anti-business. 5. Focus on legislative and systemic change. Shifting the system as a whole reduces the need for constant battles with individual corporations. Labor laws. Push for legal protections that empower workers to organize, ensure fair wages, and mandate worker representation on boards. Economic policies. Advocate for policies like universal basic income, wage indexing, and tax reforms to reduce inequality. Elect reform-minded leaders. Support candidates who prioritize labor rights and economic justice to ensure systemic change at the highest levels. 6. Protect organizers and participants. To minimize personal risks to those involved. Legal protections. Work with labor-friendly lawyers to shield organizers from retaliation. Digital security. Protect communication and organizing efforts from corporate surveillance. Mutual aid. Establish funds and networks to support workers who face financial or personal consequences. 7. Avoiding conflict versus. Accepting reality. While minimizing conflict is a noble goal, the reality is that entrenched powers rarely give up their advantages without resistance. To move forward without falling further behind. Strategic preparedness. Be ready for opposition, but approach it with clear goals and solutions. Focus on resilience. Build systems that support workers and organizers during challenging times, ensuring the movement can withstand setbacks. 8. Emphasizing the stakes. It's crucial to remind labor and the public what's at stake. The cost of inaction, wage stagnation,
And
inflation,
that, I believe,
and
is
inequality
everything
will continue
sold.
to worsen
Next time you
unless
see those
workers
weapons,
push back.
they'll be on the news.
The power of collective action. History shows that when labor stands together, change is not just possible, it's inevitable. The long-term vision. The ultimate goal is a fairer system where workers, consumers, and businesses all thrive together. Labor's greatest strength lies in its unity, resilience, and moral authority. By building a movement grounded in fairness and pragmatism, it's possible to push for meaningful progress without unnecessarily provoking the opposition.
Been planning this for a long, long time. Every piece is in place, it's the perfect crime. All it takes is silence, all it takes is fear. The mark of the beast is already here. In your hand, on your brow, just take the sign. Bow to the beast, fall into line. Everything seems alright till the end draws near. When hell's gates open, then comes the fear. Are you ready for the nuclear apocalypse? Are you ready for God to arrive? Will you stand before him, or will you run and hide? You can cheer as Satan spreads his wings and drink deep of iniquity. You think you have what it takes? Now the test will reveal the fakes. To your true master with leathery wings. You cried out Jesus, but falsehood rings. Lukewarm and lost, he'll spit you out. And in hell's fire, you'll scream and shout. Are you ready for the nuclear apocalypse? Are you ready for God to arrive? Will you stand before him, or will you run and hide? You can cheer as Satan spreads his wings and drink deep of iniquity. You think you have what it takes? Now the test will reveal the fakes.